Mm. So good afternoon, the panelists and esteemed participants. My name is Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I'm the Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. I'm going to be the moderator of this event, although I must confess that I'm likely to do a bit more when circumstances require by way of intervention. So the president had once again intervened in respect of the tax acts, one of which had commenced since 26th of June 2025, about 6 months ago. While the others Hello, Prof. Contact Solomon, please. Yeah. Just a minute, please. Hello, Solomon. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Apologies for that break in transmission. Hello,
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is not the first time there will be an intervention from the president. So he had intervened again with respect to the 4 tax acts, one of which had clearly commenced about 6 months ago. So while the president signed the bills on the 26th of June 2025, the gazetted copy of the statutes were not available until a month later, that is, the 26th of July 2025. Another 4 gazettes clearly marked as official release in capital letter with the same number, the same date, the same volume, and the same pages surfaced few months after. So while there were significant changes in the first gazette and the second one, no serious issues were raised. It will appear that not many were even aware of the developments and the legal imports or consequences. However, as the commencement date for the 3 other statutes approached, there was a breaking news by a member of the House of Representatives in the person of Abdulsamad Dasuki, a member of the PDP representing Sokoto, who raised a point of privilege on the floor of the lower legislative chambers on the 17th of December 2025, that there were discrepancies in the harmonized versions of the bill sent to the president and the one gazetted. Up till now, it's not clear which of the 2 gazettes he was talking about. The House of Reps had constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the matter. on account of what clearly amounted to alteration or tampering with harmonized bills sent to the president. So while we are awaiting the outcome of the investigating committee, some stakeholders have called for suspension of the entire reform, and they have said that there is no reason why the implementation should go on the 1st of January 2026. However, you must all have seen the intervention once again by the president, and then promising that the proper gazette will now be made, and then there is no going back on the implementation of the four statutes. While that came with some relief, there are so many questions arising from the development. We know how we resolve political issues in Nigeria. Tax being a sui generis matter, can it also be resolved in this manner? Can constitutional issues be resolved in this manner, and what are the learning curves? For us as an institution, the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, our focus is to critically interrogate these developments and then curate the learning curves and come up with practicable solutions on how to avoid this type of embarrassment. I don't think we have had this type of situation before. Our case laws are replete with cases where state government are taking federal government to court on account of breach of legislative process and all that. But we have not had a matter of this magnitude within the tax ecosystem relating to gazetting, whether what was sent to the president is what was eventually signed, and also whether what was signed is what was gazetted. And also a situation where we have two gazettes, one called official. I don't know what to call the first one, whether it is unofficial or the old one. And then the prospect of the emergence of the third one. So what is the implication of this within the legal system? To unravel this, we have assembled experts who are going to look at these issues and then guide us. And their mandate is not just to talk to the problem, talk to the issues. It's not entirely new. We have had the analysis in the media, the newspaper, in the national television, robust one for that matter. But we want to take it further. So this afternoon, we are honored to have Professor Oyelowo Oyewo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, with us. Prof was former dean of this faculty, a renowned constitutional and administrative law expert, and most recently the former Attorney General of his home state, Oyo State. So we also have Mr. Herbert Folorunsho, the managing partner of Christian Pedabo, and a renowned authority in this area, a member of the Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Committee, a thought leader in this regard, and also a lawyer, apart from being so many other things. He's also a lawyer. Then my colleague, Dr. Olumide Obayemi, who teaches with me and two others law of taxation in the university at the undergrad and the master's level. Currently is a Honorable Commissioner Tax Appeal Tribunal, Southwest Zone, sitting in Ibadan. Then we are privileged to have no other person than Mr. Ayo Subao. Mr. Ayo Subao needs no introduction. Is the sheriff at Lagos Internal Revenue Service, a friend of our faculty, one of the outstanding, as a matter of fact, the leading tax administrator at the subnational level, who is also playing crucial role in the ongoing tax reform. We have Chinyere Almona. She is Dr. Chinyere Almona. She's the DG of Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Also a thought leader in the tax space and a member of the presidential committee headed by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Then we have Dr. Titi Fowokon, most recently the leader of the tax planning and strategy unit of Dangote Industry, but now the Deputy Vice President.
No, that's
Dr. Titi Fowokon is MNI. I think she has just finished our course at Kuru. So you are welcome. So good to see you. Always a pleasure to share platform with you. And the last, but definitely not the least, we have Iniobong Hussein, who is also a member of the presidential committee, a young man with passion for data, who in this situation will represent the CSOs. So there have been developments, there have been reactions by CSO on this, on what is playing out in the ecosystem. So we want to have his voices on those issues. So I once again welcome all the people who are taking pain to join us, notwithstanding the U-type period. I assure you that this subject matter will be x-rayed the way it has never been done before. And ultimately, like I said, our purpose or objective is not just to talk, but also to fashion out the solution. So never again are we going to have this type of situation in our ecosystem. Nigeria is not a banana country. If mistakes have been made, we want to know how, who, and also what are the learning curves and where do we go from here? So that is the objective of our intervention. So thank you very much. So may I now call on Professor Oyelowo Oyewo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I hope, Prof, are you ready to go now? Prof will be talking to us from the constitutional and administrative law dimensions and also comparative perspectives. So, Prof, if you are with us, can you please take
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, my Dean, for the privilege of participating in this national discourse. First, I want to observe that we have had this kind of problem before with respect to the PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill. And one would have thought that lessons will have been learned and we could have prevented this, particularly with an important legislation like the tax bill. Fundamentally, the phrase that is often used where tax is concerned is to say that there can be no taxation without legislation. And a tax bill is a very important bill, and that's why it even involves the Finance Committee of the National Assembly. If one is to look at the procedure that have been adopted in this particular process of passing the tax bill, there are certain fundamental flaws that could be observed. And those flaws have led to some fire brigade approach in quenching some of the things that are seen to be leaking out of the foundational issues. First is to observe that there was no report by the task committee that was set up, no official reports that was presented other than the proposed bills. And that really has denied Nigeria a very important, fundamental, not only historical material, but informational material for being able to have a better understanding of the policies and the substantive provisions of that tax bill. In lawmaking and in constitutional lawmaking, there are what you call travaux preparatoires. That is, the travails in the preparation for the law, and those instruments will constitute the basis for understanding. Of course, I had the privilege of attending the Joint Committee and all the some of the committee meetings at the National Assembly, and Nigerians being very alert. There were a lot of memos and all that. So in this process, we look at the main provision of the Constitution, Section 58, that has to deal with the making of bills. And of course, these bills will have to go through the National Assembly, through the Senate and the House of Reps. So basically, from inception, you have two bodies dealing with this. So there's going to be the need for harmonization, and that's when you have the Joint Finance Committee coming in to deal with the harmonization. Now, in the harmonization process, the formatting that is done by each of the houses will have to harmonize. Then the thing will go to Ministry of Justice for executive preparation after it's been passed by both houses for the president's assent. And after it has been passed by the president, it comes back to the National Assembly. And it has to be noted that in this process, there are possibilities of errors. Because in harmonization, somebody has to be able to pay attention. And I've also had the experience of being a consultant to the National Assembly, working with Clark on constitutional amendment. And we know that if proper attention is not paid to this procedure, there could be possible errors. And those errors are things that those who are seemingly against the bill will use if it comes out. We've had the chairman of the committee still standing proxy for the federal government in all this. Ideally, that should not be. At this point in time, the people that should be talking, because at most, the work of the Oyedele committee has become ex-official, functions ex-official, to the extent that we are talking about legislation. The people to talk about this are the members of the National Assembly, the President of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Reps, and the committees, and of course the Clerk of the House on the one hand, on the legislative side, and also the Ministry of Justice and the Presidency on the other hand. But what have we seen? We've seen the chairman of the committee still going and, advocating for these things. And of course, that takes away the trust of the people. Because the Oyedele committee is an executive or, creation of the government. The people that should be talking are the people who are the representatives, and that hasn't happened. So it is deepening the distrust. And to add fire to this particular raging, inferno, is the fact that even on the floor of the House, this issue has been raised by members of the House. And this has been acknowledged. So there's an acknowledgement of the flaw. And there's an acknowledgement of discrepancies in the publication of bills. Whether you want to call it fake or genuine, for the life of me as a Nigerian, if something comes from the National Assembly, how am I supposed to know whether it's fake or genuine? It is the people in the House that should come out and tell us this is fake, this is genuine. And they cannot just do that without formal legislative procedure or action. And in the area of administrative law and constitutional law, there should be a formal investigation. And that raises the question, what is the status of these laws pending the clarification of, of the seeming discrepancies in the publication, or so which one is the legitimate law to be obeyed and which one? And this has brought, just the disparate opinion. Of course, from the committee or the daily committee, it's a minor glitch. But from NBA, it's a fundamental flaw. And from a constitutional administrative law perspective, it is a fundamental flaw because there can be no taxation without legislation. So the question is, what is the legislation? If the legislation is technically flawed, it cannot have effect of law. And we have cases to support it. Because if you do not follow the constitutional and administrative law procedure that is set on ground for the making of a power, don't forget that the constitutional and administrative, processes give legality and validity to exercise of powers under the Constitution. If there are constitutional flaws, whether substantively or procedurally, then it is ultra vires. And anything ultra vires will be declared null and void. The same way, if there is substantive or procedural ultra vires in the exercise of legislative powers, even in gazetting, it can affect it. And that is what has led to the, call for the suspension. Because it raises a fundamental issue as to which is the appropriate law to say has been passed and signed by the president, particularly where the disparity or the alleged disparities are such fundamental. So it stands to reason that the legislative processes must be corrective. So there must be an investigation, and this investigation will also involve the executive being able to say, this is the version that the president passed. And then, after the investigation, the National Assembly may by resolution, or if the fundamental flaw is such that requires a reenactment of the process, they will have to do that. But without that, we cannot say that we have a tax reform legislation that has been validly passed by the National Assembly, assented by the president, and gazetted for the public. And the essence of gazette is in that age-old, norm of ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because once a law is published, whether I am ignorant of the publication or not, I am bound by the law. So if I have to be bound by the law, I want that has been passed properly and not the one that has not been passed.
So, Prof, can you please round up in 2 minutes?
Okay. I can round up. Yeah. So from what I'm saying, there are grave constitutional issues that have been raised in the seemingly defective procedure and the passing of the law that requires prompt action by the National Assembly and the executive to make sure that this is effectively corrected. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Oyelowoye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Folorunsho, are you with us, please? Mr. Folorunsho, are you with us? Can we meet and greet? Then after that, you can take the floor. All right. So we cannot, I'm not sure we have yet Mr. Abad Folorunsho. So let me confirm. Okay, I've seen Mr. Ayosuba. You are welcome, sir. So let's quickly have Dr. Olumide Obayemi. Olumide Obayemi is going to speak on the nature and scope of discrepancies. What are the legal implications and the learning curve? We have heard that there are discrepancies. The sections have been highlighted. As we always know, the devil is in the detail. What are they? Tax is a technical matter. We expect Dr. Obayemi to help us break this down in a manner that a layman, every taxpayer can follow. Dr. Obayemi, over to you, please.
Yes, good afternoon. There are some discrepancies, and such have been acknowledged, as you heard the knowledge professor talked about it. The discrepancies have been acknowledged, and for example, without encroaching to the other speakers' domain, if we look at section 39 sub 3 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, for example, we can see that a clause that was not in the original bill is now inserted that requires the petroleum companies engaged in petroleum operations to pay their calculate their profits, their losses, and the payment of taxes in US dollars. Quickly, I think that is a significant discrepancy, and the assertion is material, because if you compare that with section 20 sub 4 of the Nigerian Tax Act itself, that says that if you compare that section 39 sub 3 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act to section 20 sub 4 of the Nigerian Tax Act and the CBN Act, the legal tender in Nigeria is Naira. Another section 20 sub 4 of the Nigerian Tax Act, it says that all losses, all deductions shall be calculated in the current, in the prevailing CBN, using its prevailing CBN rate. So clearly, the insertion of that will conflict with substantive law on the use of Naira within the domain of Nigeria. Now, in as well, we'll see section 41 sub 8 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act that imposes, that now sneaks in a 20% payment requirement for a deposit before an aggrieved party can prosecute an appeal. That, in several cases, investment holdings, multi-choice, it has been discussed. In fact, in the case which came up before the Ibadan Tax Appeal Tribunal, section 6, sub 6, and section 36 of the Constitution, both sections of the Constitution guarantee the fair hearing and easy access of citizens to court. So, in effect, those sections, the insertion of those extraneous sections into the second gazetted Tax Act will appear to be fundamental. And then, if you look at section 58 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act as well, that gives the Nigerian Tax Authority, relevant tax authority, power to, without any freely to seize, to enter, to seize land, freely to seize, to enter into land, to enter into digital information and all that, take all information they need, free access. The tax authority free access. And in a public like Nigeria, that we have privacy laws, and everybody has a constitutional expectation to conduct his or her business or live or carry on business within their domain in privacy. That will appear to be overreaching. Then, if you now look at section 60, that talks about the power of distraint. If we compare this to section 6 of the outgoing SITA and section 104 of the Personal Income Tax Act, before property can be restrained, finally, an order of the court is needed. But now, the new tax act says with or without a court order, essentially outside the court jurisdiction. Now, in my mind, and I agree with Professor Iwo SAN, those insertions are fundamental and material, and they fundamentally destroy or they affect the framework and integrity of the Tax Act. So what are the legal implications of this? The first implication which I identify is that Nigerian police may seek to wait for the report of the committee of the House that is investigating this matter, and subsequent to the report, Nigerian public might now, or the stakeholders might now come out with their proposal. But we have only 3 days to the commencement of implementation, and the tax authorities have said no. They have said yes, the act is going on. I don't know how that will occur. Otherwise, the second option, the second legal avenue that might be used is for the the National Assembly to go to court, to approve the court, to notify or, ask the court to repeal or to render those newly the acts containing the extraneous provisions to be struck down. It is within the purview of the National Assembly to file a lawsuit against, I believe, the President and the Presidency or the Attorney General of the Federation to nullify those acts. They just cannot come into force on the 1st of January. They are fundamental flawed. Now, the next issue, the next legal implication which I identify is that, assuming between now, 72 hours before the new year, assuming the committee of the House is able to release its report, and the committee finds out that those insertions are immaterial, I consider them to be material and fundamental. But if the committee finds out that they are immaterial, then the House can act quickly, like the past national anthem, repeal this current problematic legislation, and then enact the originally harmonized version. So assuming that they found out that these are immaterial, the sections that are inserted are immaterial, the House can quickly repeal the wrongful act and enact the original harmonized version. And if that is
Dr. Bayo, can you round up in 2 minutes, please?
Okay. However, there is a school of thought that says that once a document is fundamentally flawed, it goes. That cannot. Then another issue is whether the president can suspend this act. There has been, when President Tinubu came in on May 29, President Buhari has already signed into law the Finance Act 2023, and they're supposed to come into existence, I believe, on May 30th. President Tinubu issued an executive order suspending the Finance Act 2023 until September. So if we accepted that before, we can as well accept it now, that President Tinubu can suspend the enactment of this act. Now, another issue is the issue of who should be liable. Punishment. I believe Section 18 of the Legislative House Powers and Privileges Act imposes criminal sanctions upon any person who makes a false publication of a statute. Then Section 22 of Interpretation Act gives the the Attorney General the power to give directions for the amendment or gazetting or printing of statutes. So if the Attorney General itself has already deducted that these things have happened. Now, the Attorney General Federation can give direction to the republication, and then under the Act, Authentication Act of 1962, Cap A2 of the Federation, the National Assembly itself can take steps to initiate reforms for the republication and re-gazetting of this act. But the fundamental question is whether those sections that were found, those insertions, whether they are material, whether significant enough as to affect the framework of this tax act. I think they do. And it's not the first time. We have the Content Other Matters Act, the several version. We have the PIA Act 21, several version. We have the even the Merchant Shipping Act 2021, 2007, with several versions. I think that the time has come to actually, make an example of the people who publish this kind of several versions of statute. The time has come. This should be an example. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Obayemi. You see, for us as an institution, like I said in my introductory comments, we are going to approach this from the wider or broader perspective of never again. So there are so many pressure points, not just one. I mean, all the stages, we are going to identify stakeholders or gatekeepers who drop the ball and ensure that this does not happen again, especially in the tax ecosystem. So thank you. I'm going to modify our procedure a bit so that this can be a bit interactive. I will ask you a question. I will also ask Professor Yewo a question so that we do not battle this to the very end and not lose some very important issues. So in your comparison, did you have the privilege of laying your hands on the harmonized version? Because what did you compare the gazetted version with? Like I said, there are two gazetted versions. Were you comparing the two gazetted versions, the old and the one that is marked official release? So can you, then the question I'm going to ask Professor Yewo is, the harmonized version, is it a public document? We seem to be asking the right question at the wrong time. A lot of people reach out to us and say, can we have the harmonized version? I didn't have it. And a lot of members of the committee did not have it. I had Taiwo Yedele saying on the TV the other day that he didn't have it. Because as a committee, even if the work is functus official, ideally, that committee was set up not only to make the reform, but to also implement it. So that explains why Taiwo continues and the committee continues. Whether it's a best practice is another kettle of fish. So, Prof, the second question is, until the law is declared null and void by a court, is it not an existing law? Because from pure theoretical legal analysis, all that we are hearing are still allegations, because these are laws that have so much for the economy, so much for an average Nigerian, the most the taxpayer-friendly legislation, and a lot of people are looking forward to it. So unless there is a judicial declaration on the status of the law, are you saying, Prof, that the implementation cannot go on? So that I want to hear your definite response to that, so that we will know where to engage. So thank you very much. Obayemi, over to you first. Yeah. Did you hear me?
Prof, you are muted. Prof, Obayemi, you are muted.
We can't hear you. So can you unmute, please? Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. As you rightly mentioned, I have the second, the gazetted, the second gazetted version, and I listened to I watched Oyedele on the TV on Arise, where he brought the version, the quote unquote harmonized version that was given to him, not by the House, but by the Ministry of Justice. And in the one he had in his possession on that day, Section 41 sub 8 does not have the 20% requirement, deposit requirement. Automatically, I don't have the actual harmonized version. So for when he said he does, the one he has in his possession doesn't have it. And as well again, he also acknowledged that he has seen the one with Section 39 sub 2 of the Nigerian Tax Admission Act that requires the payment of losses, or calculation of loss and profit in tax in US dollars. And he also acknowledged that he has seen that second gazetted version also talked about the cession of land under Section 58 of the Nigerian Tax Admission Act. So what I have, I have the original bill that was submitted to the House. Then I have the second publication, the one that is gazetted, second gazetted publication, and those second publications contain this entire
you know what? Can I jump in, please? Apologies.
Yes, go ahead.
For interrupting you. I apologize most sincerely. You know, the question is, if anybody has seen the harmonized version on this platform, they should please let us know. So that then leads to the question which I'm asking the learned Honorable Attorney General, as he then was, and say, sir, is the harmonized version not supposed to be a public document? In the very first intervention I made after this act had been signed into law, I raised the issue that there was a portion of it that I was hearing for the first time when I was reviewing the document for the purpose of that intervention, which is the introduction of the surcharge on petroleum. I raised this issue, and it's in a gathering of lawyers, a number of who are senior advocates. But they just brushed aside my comment. They said, anyway, that is what the National Assembly passed. I said, well, if this was never debated and is not contained in any of the reports, how do we justify it? And I said, it must be a question of facts or mixed facts and law, because we can always investigate and ascertain what actually happened at the two houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives. So, Prof, I want to hear your comments on the issue of the validity until it is set aside, and also whether the harmonized version is a public document.
Thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier on, this is not the first time we're going through this loop in the legislative process. We had the PNIB several versions, and until it was harmonized and, of course, passed into law, it did not become law. There is a very dangerous idea in the conception of the possibility of a provision that was never considered or made part of law to now find itself as law after the fact of the passing of a law. And that cannot be. It is not only a legal issue, it's a matter of justice. If we are to assume that somebody that did not participate in the passing of the law will be bound by a law, must we assume that a provision that was never passed will be binding on that person? That would be unjust. So it's not only a legal issue, that's why it's a constitutional and legal issue. Were those provisions passed? And what is the procedure for passing of law? If a provision was never part of that was passed into law, it cannot be law. You cannot base something on nothing.
But Prof, it has not been set aside. That was my agony.
No, the issue
So
of setting aside,
the harmonized version, is it a public document?
Well, I want to deal with them as you asked before dealing with the issue of whether harmonized is a public. I'm dealing with the issue of where a provision was never passed, was never made, and then and that goes to the trust issue we are talking about. Remember that when we are talking about constitutional processes, there is constitutional processes, there is political process. And any leadership that waits to impose a dubious provision on a citizen has lost a lot of political goodwill. And that is why it behoves, in fact, the burden is on the government to take preemptive action before January 1st, or in good conscience to say that, look, since this has been observed, until the proper thing is done, this law can be, they don't need to wait until the court comes into it. Because if we continue to say that it is only a court that can say, if I feel that a law has not been properly passed and I intend to go to court, I can choose to disobey the law. If the law is, and that brings anarchy. And that is what the democratic process, rule of law, constitutionalism, accountability, and subjection of everything to due process of the law requires. The fact that we are even discussing this means that there's something fundamentally wrong with the process that is being undergone in the government now. And that must not be allowed to impose an obligation on the people which is not passed to the people by the due representative of the people. And that is why the fundamental principle of no taxation without legislation is at the root of this issue. The issue of the status of the harmonized provision. The harmonized provision are part of the travaux preparatoires. They are just documents in the process of making laws. Whether or not they are public documents would depend on how the National Assembly treats them. If it is presented to the public as a document for an effect, because the harmonized provision do not have the force of law without being passed into law. So they can be a public document evidencing the processes that went into the making of the something. But the real, something is that the harmonized position cannot be bounded on you if it has not been passed by law. And the locus classicus on that is the case of Attorney General of Bendel State against the Attorney General of the Federation, where the harmonized provision was passed into law by the president without going to the National Assembly. Yeah, it didn't go back to the National Assembly. And the Supreme Court did not hesitate. There is no principle of presumption of regularity in Nigeria. There is the principle of supremacy of the Constitution. And if the Constitution is supreme, anything done that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution, to the extent of the inconsistency, is null and void.
All right, bro. Thank you so much. I reckon that in the case of AG Bende and AG Federation, if AG Bende had not gone to court, they would have implemented that new revenue allocation from.
On the contrary, before they went to court, Bendel State and all the was the AAG or whatever is the name of the political party there, had refused to accept that as the law. So it behoves the government to do the right thing. We
All right.
cannot continue on legalism. There is what
All
you call
right.
justice, not based on technicality, but
Go.
justice according to law. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your intervention. We appreciate it. We have listened to the academic angle. 1st of January is just around the corner. A lot of taxpayers are expectant. There are people
Prof, point of correction. What you have said is not academic angle, with all due respect.
No.
What you have said is the practicality, because not only are we academics, we are involved in outside the academic environment in seeing that law is made. When people say things are academic, they make them sound like
No,
that's
not. That can come from
needs to
me.
be corrected.
No, that can come from me, and I will respond.
Thank you.
We are not tax administrators. That was a prelude to be. The job to administer this law is not that of the dean or that of the former attorney general. It's that of the relevant tax authority at the federal and the state.
But
So
even
I
with
said
that, we have you as a tax expert has relevant experience interacting with tax administrators. Same here. And so
Prof, let me just land. There wasn't any innuendo in what I said.
No.
We cannot be cutting our
if we agree, don't let us be laboring.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now that is why we have this diverse panelists. You know, we want to hear every shade of opinion. Okay? Mr. Ayo Subaru has a job to do. Taxpayers, we expect certain things to happen on the 1st of January. There have been a lot of tax education that, as from that date, 90% of Nigerians will not pay any tax. And there are some other reliefs that are new, that are good news to taxpayers. So most of what Dr. Bayemi had identified, as significant as they are of no relevance, or let me say they are of little relevance to average taxpayers. So some people have spoken about, why not leave the aspects that are controversial, go ahead with the ones that are not controversial, because Nigeria is hungry for reform and taxpayer is looking forward to some of these benefits. As a matter of fact, if anybody is going to court, it's not going to be an average taxpayer. There could be a public interest litigation, which I voiced in my intervention. And I said, as a senior advocate of Nigeria and also an academic, I may even be the arrowhead of a public interest litigation. Why did I say that? There was a definite promise not to introduce a new tax. The president said it, then the committee also echoed it. Then coming all of a sudden to see a new tax, which even if it is the best practice in other parts of the world, the issue is, did we actually discuss it? Where did it come from? So anyway, let me now quickly go to Mr. Yosuba, who has a job to do. So let us know what your approach and that of Lagos State Internal Revenue Service will be come 1st of January 2026. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. So from LRS standpoint, first I'll talk about the objectives.
Can we see your handsome face, sir? So that's a mandatory injunction, unless you are just unable to. Yeah.
No, I don't have
all right.
With that. It's just that I was doing multiple things. So I didn't want people to see all the stuff I'm doing here. But no problem. So we'll start with the objectives of the tax reforms, which are, likely to consolidate and close gaps within the existing system, harmonize tax administration across all the 3 tiers of government, with the objective also of instituting ease of doing business, and then also to enhance equity across the board, as we have seen with the draft. So the first step, of course, was the inauguration of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, chaired by Mr. Taiwo Idele, who did their work on about 15 existing tax laws, and then these were done through the executive and handed over to the National Assembly. National Assembly did their deliberations, they did their harmonization at the end of the day, and the clerk of the National Assembly handed them over to the Ministry of Justice for gazetting. So it's really at this point that we start to see all the allegations. And from our own standpoint as LRS, we look at them as allegations for now. The owners, if I can use that word, of the laws, the National Assembly, have set up either one committee or several committees, I don't know the details, to investigate the issues and then come up with their report. So the discrepancies will either be additions, things that have been imported into the Gazette. It could be deletions, some things that have been removed, or alterations, to what is there. So from our own standpoint, until there's a reversal, amendment, some pronouncement, because about 3 days ago, the president said there was no suspension, and these laws, the two of them, will be implemented from the 1st of January. Now already the Establishment Acts for the NRS and the JRB have commenced. So we can't be talking of not implementing something that has already commenced. So we're basically looking at the NTA and the NTAA. So looking at these, we have to continue with the gazetted copy that we have until there is something else that is pronounced. In other words, we're all poised, we're ready, we've altered a lot of operational systems, we've done a lot of capacity building to start to implement the law, and that is exactly what we're going to do. We've realigned all our digital platforms. Everything starts with the annual filing season, which the employers intend to start to do. They need to report all the 2024 remittances, deductions, salaries paid, and so on and so forth, and also tell us their projections for 2025. So we expect all those things to happen, while on our own part, like I said, we've aligned our digital platforms, we've trained staff, and we have started a commencement of engaging the stakeholders, which are basically the taxpayers, professionals, and so on and so forth. So we will start to release memos and publications anytime from now. We have them already. It's just to start to roll them out. But we have decided to align with the position of the Presidential Committee for now. So their communication lines are being transmitted onto our own websites, and we're just relying so that we don't have multiple discussions out there. So I've spoken about the stakeholder engagement, which is it's a very serious matter. We have to remove all the doubts in the minds of members of the public, residents of Lagos, basically, and to reassure them that for now, that Gazette is the law, that the Gazette law is what we're going to follow, because it's very important that the tax systems
Which of the Gazette laws? We have two.
Well, we have one. So maybe I need to consult you for the second one.
Which one do you have?
we have one that was printed and published by the JRB, our own umbrella body of all the subnational revenue generating authorities. And so that is what we are relying on for now. They only gave us one. I'm not sure JRB has published another one. So we assume those are the things that are in force and that will be legally enforceable until we receive further pronouncement. It's for the lawyers to debate on all the constitutionality and so on and so forth. We are a regulator. So we have nothing to do with legislative functions, neither do we have to do with the adjudicatory functions. We are merely regulators. Ours is to implement. We don't have issues of interpretation. We use the general principles of interpretation the way they are. So in Lagos, for instance, a lot of our work is based on voluntary compliance. We preach that, we live that, we dream that, we breathe that. It's it's more effective for you to get taxpayers to comply voluntarily than you to use a stick to start chasing them up and down. There are a lot of problems with that. Litigation will come, you go to court, a lot of costs, and so on and so forth. So since voluntary compliance is very important to us, we then see the need to invest heavily in advocacy. So I think that
right. Thank you very much. Let me then ask you one or two questions, Mr. Osebo. There are two aspects of subnational tax administration that are impacted. The first one is power to distrain. Under Section 104 of the Personal Income Tax Act, a court order is required, even if the application is ex parte, before the tax authority can distrain. So there's a discrepancy. That is one. And also the requirement of payment of 20%. While we're having all this discussion, you said that the president's intervention, which is the political angle, has said there will be a third Gazette. Shouldn't we wait at least for the third Gazette before we commence the implementation? Because in the academia, we don't gloss over issues. We interrogate every nuances and try to see the learning curve from them. If this had become a national and even international issue or embarrassment, and then the president has said the National Assembly will go and do some investigation and clean it up, shouldn't expediency demand that we should at least wait for that process to be over? So, and then will you exercise the power to distrain without going to court, as you have been doing in the past?
So these issues have been examined in here, and the advice of the legal services department here is that we continue to seek for a court order rather than we do not distrain without orders, without a warrant of distrain or a high court judgment. So we intend to keep it that way for now. And then the second point was can you remind me the second point?
Whether we shouldn't wait for the third Gazette. And I'm
no, you said something else. You talked about distrain Okay, the other one he talked about was whether to pay a deposit of 20% if you want to go to the Court of Appeal. Well, that one is highly controversial and highly debatable because we understand that there is no such provision in the official gazette, the one we term as being official for now. So that would be under no consideration. There will be no requirement for anybody to
Solomon, can you please mute those who are disturbing us? Mr. Zuba, you are not the leader for no reason. You can see that I'm clapping for you because I know you have a team that I am really proud of. Now, I'm surprised, however, that you said you have only one version of the Gazette.
Hello, Dean. Can we tag along with the questions that you have asked Mr. Subar to further enlighten our audience?
We will come to, we still have 3 people who are here to speak at all. Maybe I should, let me stop asking questions and quickly go to the other panelists. So, Prof, there's still going to be a second session where we will ask.
Okay, I just wanted to tag along with the answers he has given, just a quick intervention so that it doesn't look disjointed by the time I'm asking later.
All right.
I was going to just observe, Mr. Subar, in product marketing, is it advisable to go to the market knowing that you have a defective product, or you wait for the defect to be corrected before introduced to the market? Thank you.
So, Mr. Suba, you can respond to that, please. So, which ties to the question I have?
You are muted.
Who?
He's muted.
So, Mr. Suba, can you unmute, please? Solomon, can you unmute Mr. Yosuba? So, it ties to the question that shouldn't we wait for the third, by my own reckoning, the third Gazette?
Yes, we have all been hinted that following the investigation from the National Assembly, they intend, in fact, they have already pronounced that they are going to issue a third Gazette, and it will be certified as, truly certified copies. So, but while we wait for that, we also have, you can call it a political statement if you said that the president's statement that the laws will not be suspended and they will be implemented from 1st January. So, like I said, we are regulators. We are not supposed to meddle in matters for the legislature. So that's why I'm keeping it at that. And we will go ahead with the implementation because that is what we have been told to do.
Thank you very much. I'm happy you are giving assurances that those 2 thorny issues that I identified will remain as they were under the. So let's now listen to Dr. Chinyere Almuna. She is the DG of LCCI. She has extensive network in the business community and also a member of the presidential committee. So can we have your intervention for 10 minutes, Doc? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, policymakers, academics, and members of the business community. It is a real pleasure to be with you this afternoon. And thank you to all the speakers ahead of me, because you have provided the right foundation or the background to everything that we're supposed to be discussing today. And since I'm not a lawyer, nor a tax expert, I will stand on behalf of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to provide the perspective from the business and investment community. So today's conversation, and thanks to the university for organizing this, today's conversation understanding the ambit of alleged discrepancies in Nigeria's harmonized tax laws and their implications. This discussion is timely, and I know it is timely, not just because it's the trending topic today, but the fact that we have about 300 people signed on to this session today. This is the festive period and people are supposed to be sometimes on holiday and celebrating, but 300 people are signed on. So that tells you how important this conversation is. So, for me, from the business perspective, clarity and certainty in tax environments are critical. They are just as critical as the tax rate itself. Because for the business and investors, both domestic and foreign, by the way, clarity in tax legislation is a necessity. It's not a luxury. We must have it. Because if you think about it, investors price known risk. But what undermines confidence is uncertainty, particularly when it has to do with legal and regulatory uncertainty. People are unsure, and so that they find it difficult to actually even move. So today, we know from where we are coming from that we had multiplicity of taxes and levies across federal, state, and local authorities. Yet, interestingly, only about a few of them contribute to 95% of our tax revenue. That tells us that complexity or multiplicity of taxes or the number of taxes we have, this does not actually equal productivity, and that's why the tax reform committee was set up. And so today, when there are alleged discrepancies in harmonized tax laws, whether in wording, in gazetting, in interpretation, post-passage variation, the consequences for business are real. Companies delay expansion or halt capital decisions. Investors widen risk premiums or look elsewhere. Compliance costs can rise because people are not they're frantic, they're concerned, they're looking for a way out. And litigation risk also increase. So in global capital market, uncertainty is taxed heavily. So, today, when we look around and the purpose of the tax reform committee, we see that it's important for us to remove the complexity, remove difficulties in even payment of tax. In India, prior to the introduction of the goods and services tax, years ago, businesses faced a maze of overlapping taxes and inconsistent application across states. And studies show that tax-related compliance consumed over 260 hours per year for average businesses. And, our small businesses cannot afford this number of hours being wasted. So the reforms simplified laws, increased transparency, and today, India's tax compliance time has dropped meaningfully. And investor confidence has also improved. And this is what we, and like the moderator said, I'm part of the committee, we aim to achieve, that the cost or the amount of time that businesses spend in compliance will reduce. Also in Rwanda, reforms focus on digitization, clarity of tax statutes, and predictable enforcement. As a result, the country climbed significantly in global ease of doing business ranking, and tax to GDP improved steadily, not through pressure, but through trust building and administrative simplicity. This is also what we, the committee, will try to achieve through the tax reforms. So, we are here today because we need to figure out how do we move forward, and some of the questions that have been asked. How do we move forward? Should we go with the gazetted number 1, number 2, or number 3? And like my big brother, Ayo Sobra, has said, I align with him completely. The president has said, January 1, we move on. So we move on with whatever it is. And then we'll see how things evolve. But we need to align ourselves appropriately, because from the business community perspective, there are real concerns. Now, some of the issues, so engagement with our members and the business community, a few issues consistently emerge. There's a concern about the authenticity and authority of legislative texts, particularly where there appears to be variation between past bill, gazetted version, operational interpretation. So we, from the business side, we are concerned. Also, we're concerned with the allegation. So I think somebody mentioned the fact that this is still allegation of post-passage alterations, whether perceived or real. This tends to erode trust, and businesses need confidence that what is passed by the National Assembly, assented to by the president, and published should be the authoritative reference point. Now, there seem to be multiple versions, so that is a concern. Also, if there are frequent or unclear legislative amendments or arguments, it means that tax planning becomes cumbersome for businesses, compliance costs will increase, businesses are exposed to possible penalties arising from just how I understand or how I interpret the provisions. So this does not help our national competitiveness, because when we're going to, we want our businesses, our SMEs to be able to comply easily. We want to widen the tax net. We want to make it easy for people to pay. And so revenue should rise not from pressure, but because we are taxing the right set of people and it's even easy to collect. So for me, from where I stand, from my standpoint and the chamber standpoint, I have just a few maybe suggestions to profile. One is to confirm a single authoritative legal source. So there should be one tamper-proof, digitally verifiable repository where the final enacted version of every law resides and where authentication is beyond dispute. So we should have that. So that we haven't had. So that's why everybody is jumping into the bandwagon and saying a lot of things, because there doesn't seem to be one tamper-proof, digitally verifiable repository. Secondly, is to strengthen institutional coordination. So the legislature, executive, gazette office, tax authorities, they must work in tight procedural alignment with audit trails and documented version control. So we should see a trail of these changes. This change was done at this time, at this date, and there should be a flow from there. The third thing is deep consultation. So I think my big brother, Ayos Bra, talked about consultation and engagement. And this is critical even to the committee, because during the work that was being done, there was a lot of effort being made to consult, to engage with the business community at different levels, at different sectors. And so businesses are not resistant to taxation. We want fairness, we want simplicity, we want predictability, we want competitiveness. And so countries that succeed, such as Ireland, Singapore, New Zealand, they maintain deep dialogue with the private sector. Before tax changes are done, also when as implementation evolves. So I want that level of consultation and deep engagement. The committee has done so much to ensure that there's engagement. We just need to make that continuous effort to engage with the business community as things evolve. Particularly now that a lot of people are anxious, they are, that January 1 is coming, what do we do? So there needs to be constant, the messaging should continue to kind of douse the tension that we are experiencing. The other thing I want to say is the fact of building transparency and accountability to the tax ecosystem. So where discrepancies arise, there must be a credible and rapid clarification mechanism. Not wait for a very long time and everybody is assuming something. Once there's a gap in information, people make assumptions and they come up to conclusions that we don't know where it's coming from. For instance, when they said, there was a report from the committee and the committee has not even met. So people just create their own stories. There has to be a way. We must ensure transparency and traceability in the legislative life cycle. Technology can support. We must use technology. And we also must embed accountability in the system. Where discrepancies occur, there should be a structured, credible process for swift clarification, correction, not prolonged uncertainty. And this is so important for us in Nigeria today. Because, as I round up, empirical research globally shows that countries with stable, predictable tax system attract more FDIs, but not just FDIs. So think of foreign direct investments, right? But even domestic investments. People will be reluctant to invest if it's not clear how things go. And we in Nigeria, we want to support stronger SME growth and experience higher voluntary compliance. When investors believe that the law is reliable, the law is stable, the law is transparently administered, capital will flow. Whether from outside or from inside, capital will flow. People are eager to innovate, and employment, of course, will expand. And Nigeria has the talent, the market size, and the entrepreneurial dynamism. What our business constituency requires is clarity, consistency, and fairness. So today, I commend the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, for convening this intellectually rigorous and nationally significant conversation. Like I said, I think there are over 300 right now. This dialogue is not about the controversy, it's about strengthening trust in our institutions, improving the quality of our economic governance. And the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains fully committed to supporting the reforms that enhance certainty, strengthen the rule of law, boost investor confidence, and create the right environment for businesses to grow and for the Nigerian economy to thrive. I thank you very much for listening to me. God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chinyere Almona, for your intervention. Now, when we hear about discrepancy, we tend to construe it always against the taxpayer. You know, a comprehensive review of some of these discrepancies, so-called, which is, very embarrassing, they appear to even be in favor of taxpayer. And I call your attention particularly to the proviso on reduction of the rate of CIT to 25. There is also an aspect relating to simpler framework for taxation of expatriates who are not residents in Nigeria for tax purpose, and so many things. So are we going to be cherry picking? I mean, if it favors the business organization, we'll say yes. If it is against them, we say no. For us in the academia, we want a system that works. When people talk derogatively about bureaucracy must serve certain benign function in the system for it to be trusted. So that trust you speak about will not just come. So I want to hear your comment whether we are just going to be picking, and I want to hear whether before the official Gazette came months later, whether like me, you saw a Gazette that came exactly 1 month after the bill were reportedly signed by the president. So thank you.
Prof. So you see, Prof, first you're a prof, so you see more than I'm seeing. Secondly, you're a lawyer, so you definitely see more than I'm seeing. From my perspective, and I don't think it's a matter of cherry picking, the reform itself was supposed to be pro-business. It was supposed to be pro the people. We're supposed to have a system that will support business growth and expansion because it has a ripple effect in the poverty dimension, but also that we can increase employment. So there are so many benefits in going through with the reform. And I'm not even saying, if it is favorable to business, then it is okay. If it's not, that's not my point. My point is it has to be credible and it has to be reliable. Inconsistencies, whether it is favorable or not, is not helpful. So if you tell me that today it's favoring me and I'm not really sure, then that means that tomorrow it may go the other way. And there's no way I can make a case for it. So that is the point. It's not whether I'm not cherry picking, it's the fact that we need to be consistent about what is. We need to be clear. The business community wants clarity, wants certainty about the tax, the rule of law, and tax reform. And that's what we are advocating for. So that we are building that trust that you mentioned. At the beginning of this whole project, and you are also in the committee, one of the things that we grappled with was how do we restore trust? There was a huge trust deficit. How do we restore trust? And so today, once the reform went live and it was approved, we felt that, okay, so we're in a good place. Let's then continue with the elements that are required for implementation. And then this happened. So it's not about the nitty or the specificity of the issue. It's the fact that it happened, and there seemed to be not complexity, just the fact of not being sure is what I'm talking about, not necessarily, whether I'm picking on the provisions or not.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to bring on stage now no other person than Dr. Titilayo Fowoko, MNI. Congratulations on a new addition to your L'Oreal. Level has changed.
Thank you very much, Prof.
So can you let us have your perspective on this exciting topic? So Dr. Fowoko will be speaking from the perspective of tax professional bodies as the Deputy Vice President of CITN and key issues around that issues, and then what are our major recommendations? How do we avoid this type of embarrassment in the tax ecosystem? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I want to appreciate the University of Lagos Faculty of Law for organizing this. Like you said, I've actually been in hibernation for some time due to my course, but that doesn't mean I'm not following what is going on and the debates that have been going on. I know a lot of people have spoken about this, and if you look at it, the reform is not only a tax administrator call, it's a call for all taxpayers and their advisors, of which most of us stand, especially members of the Chartered Association of Nigeria. Now, my first reaction to this was the fact that we're talking about an harmonized bill, and the question is it made public? This has not been the process. We've not seen this harmonized bill. So for us to even know what has changed and appreciate it means that we need to have an idea of what is going on. I know there were versions of the National Assembly Journal which shows the draft bill, and then we all knew what was going on. We kept on changing and changing and changing as the process goes. So as far as we are concerned, as practitioners or as taxpayers, we would only look at this for the purpose of preparing ahead of implementation and when the effective date comes up. So it's better appreciated when we have to see what is even in the harmonized bill, which version is being talked about. So that's a big question for us. And that has actually made a lot of taxpayers to be in limbo. Now, we need to also look at, I appreciate all the previous speakers ahead of me. They've talked about the legal part of it. Like I say, you start, anything we're talking about, we start from the legal framework, and the Constitution is the base. So it's not wrong for us to start looking at what is the constitutional provision. And I know 2 sections of the Constitution is very, very critical for this matter we're discussing. That has been mentioned again and again, which I would not want to bother us on. So the questions that also comes to mind is, why do we have more than one version of the Gazette? Because I hear Prof is talking about version 1, version 2, version 3. Why do we have more than one version? And that's where the problem is coming from, because I know if it's a version that is out there, we'll not be able to say, okay, this is the version everybody has. So the question of why having more than one version is not new. It has happened in different, even other laws before now that we have. And I want to believe that, does this version get out by virtue of somebody leaking it out? I don't know. I can't explain because I'm not in the list. So it's a big question. Then in terms of for us to get to this state that we are in of allegation, what went wrong in the process? We know the committee has done a good job. I'll give it to them. This is a reform we've been battling with it for years. I know 2010, there was an attempt in 2010 to do some reviews that didn't work out, and it kept on and on. So what really went wrong? Now, should a sensitive matter like tax reform have this type of multiple publication? Because this can send some coldness to the spine of taxpayers and make them to be jittery, even when there's nothing to fear. So it's a big question. These are questions taking the mind of professionals. Now, what implication would this incidence of allegation, multiple, what impression will it have in respect of trust in governance? does it mean we cannot trust when we have something from our leaders to be what it is? So it's also a question. I'm actually laying a precedent from question side because we've said a lot about the law, we've said a lot about what happened, but we still need to know why, what, and how to get this done. So now, what does this say about the concerted efforts of the committee? I can see the passion that my sister Dr. Amona puts into explaining what the committee seeks to achieve, which I also see that is something that we need to have. We need to make tax easier for taxpayers. We need to make life easier for those who are in the low level in the economy, and this is what it seeks. So when we look at what the committee has done, all the work's done, the great achievement they have made. Now, why are we having this? How will we make sure that this does not resurface? We know what the Finance Act have done. So these are questions for professionals, because as we also talk about professional, we're also talking about the academic part of it. So all these questions agitate our mind and that of our clients. And so it makes us to be in the position of giving them confidence in the system. And that's where we stand. We are like a bridge between the administrator and the taxpayers. And we are doing a lot that we can do. Education is going on. So if I may just take a bit of those aspects. I know there's issue around enforcement powers under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. There's an issue around garnishee process, which is also under the NTA in that section 58. There's issue in the NTA, which is Nigerian Tax Act, around reporting threshold 25 versus 50, 100 versus 250 for individual and for corporate. There are issues around tax dispute appeals, paying security deposit. I can remember that in 2022 we had a ruling of the TAT over 50% deposits. And I can give it to some tax authorities. They've actually not been triggering that aspect of deposits because they believe that we should allow the legal process to take its course, which has happened in several cases. I've been part of several cases of tax disputes, and we've gone through the stages to the point of settlement and closure of the matter. And the last part of it is the legislative oversight. Legislative oversight, and that is under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. I believe once you are eroding the legislative oversight that have been in the purported harmonized bill, then definitely it will raise questions. So I won't go from the legal part of it because I won't say I'm a lawyer, and I won't say, I only say I'm a tax professional in this case, and I will talk solely by it. So when we look at the implication of this allegations, it means that our taxpayers will be affected by this aspect. Well, I may say for some it will be the large taxpayers, for some it will be the small and medium, because we need to look at who are the people that will even get choked up when it comes to this. Can you imagine telling an SME to pay 20%, but I learned that 20% is not in the gazetted copy as based on the position presented by my big brother Ayo Suban. But be as it may, I want to believe that all these are before the National Assembly. I think there's been a position to reenact the one that is aligned with the harmonized. So we wait to see that. Our own work is to look at what comes out and look at the implication for the clients and advise them and also support them. So all the implication of this is that these sections of the law is still in contention. So as far as we are concerned as professionals, our worry will only be when we get the final note on saying this is the aspect that will be going out to be implemented. And that's where we would want to stand for now. We support the reform. It is long overdue and it has to happen. And for us, where we stand is compliance. We've done a lot of enlightenment to our members. Voluntary compliance is critical. We've done a lot of preparedness, capacity building, and that is being done by different states. And we've heard from the administrator, no going back. We've heard from the presidency, no going back. And what does that mean for us? We have to be ready once the implementation goes. So I would say we should jettison the old law. I won't say we should jettison the two acts that are in contention. I would say we should prepare ourselves as tax professionals, as taxpayers, to be able to give all it takes to ensure we step up on compliance. We should be able to hit the ground running. A lot of taxpayers are ready. Now we have to start talking to the small and medium and start telling them you need to, individuals have had to be doing advocates of do your payer ID, go online and do this, because I've seen a gap, and this is going to LIRS now. We've been focusing on those who can understand and read. I've had questions from people that say, I don't understand this tax thing. What do you mean? I already have a NIN. I say, yes, your NIN is it. So there's a lot of education that has to go on for us as tax practitioners, irrespective of the contention, irrespective of what is being said. We need to do a lot, and we are doing that, and I believe that we're working with all the subnationals to support that. So we have to do a lot of enlightenment. I look at a man in my 12 markets, taking Lagos State for instance. Does he understand that from January he needs to have a tax ID that it will be used as a unique identifier for him, so that he can fulfill his tax obligations? This is where we stand as professionals, to go not just to talk to people that understand grammar and the English, but just to try to go down to those who don't even understand these things, to how does it affect them as individuals. And we've been trying to do that. So for us, voluntary compliance is not something we want to jeopardize. We've been advising our clients, we've been advising our members, we've been advising the taxpayers to say, whatever you can do, look at your system. What have you not been doing well, make sure you do it well. So I want to say that in terms of suspending the bill, I'm an advocate for suspending the bill. The government has said we're implementing. So what we need to do is to position ourselves. When the light button green is pressed, go. We should be ready to go. Any area of contention, we believe that will be left in abeyance, and once that is resolved, then the necessary action to take will be taken. But it doesn't mean that we fold our hands, we close our eyes and say we won't do anything. Do nothing is not an answer for this tax reform to happen. We need to support the process. We've long been waiting for it, and it has come, and it has come to stay. Now, what can we do? I think enlightenment is important.
Can you round up in 1 minute?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Social media misinformation, I think we should work on this. It's a critical area. We have so many misinformation out there. People are confused rather than being convinced. So we need to do a lot to convince people. And the National Assembly should have an accessible platform for us to know what we need to know as citizens. They should let us have information, authentic information shared on their platforms, and this will help us. I want to appreciate the university again for this opportunity, and all that have spoken before me. At CITN, we stand for the cause of the reform. We are ready to support, enlighten our clients, make sure that all our professionals are ready to go, and then we'll get to where we propose to be as Nigeria of our dream. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Titi Fowokon MNI. We made mistakes, no doubt. You know, we had the first gazetted copy, the second. In making the third one, what can we learn from what had happened? At this stage, shouldn't there be an access or a release of the harmonized version to the public? I mean, nobody on this panel has actually said he or she has seen a copy of the harmonized version. Even if we have seen something, can we really say is the official copy? So I want to now quickly bring in my friend Iniobong Hussein for us to have this intervention. There have been many reactions by professional bodies, by MBA, by CITN, by civil society organization. You know, it would be good to have his perspective on all this, and also his suggestion on the way forward.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Over to you, please. Yes.
Thanks so much, Prof. And compliments of the season to you and to every other person who has taken out time to join this very important conversation. It's true that majority of Nigerians actually aligned with the key principles of these reforms, to the extent that, you know, it helps reduce the multiplicity of taxes, you know, that has been a key inhibitor for the ease of doing business, to the extent that it also simplifies the tax system and eases compliance. and also to the extent that there's an opportunity for redress with the tax ombuds. But if I bring it back to the discussion at the fore today, and it's around three critical issues: transparency deficits, accountability gaps, and then democratic legitimacy. I know that the issue of the harmonized bills have been, addressed by the previous speakers, but I would also like to bring it back because it's at the crux of the discussion we're having. To the best of my knowledge, the member of the House of Representatives who made this allegation made it using the version of the bills that were passed by the House of Representatives. As we speak to this point, the National Assembly has not deemed it fit. In light of this controversy and everything that has followed suit, deemed it fit to publish the certified harmonized copy passed and agreed on by all members, of the National Assembly. And it's very critical for this discussion because what exactly are we comparing with the gazetted copy, whether it's the first or the second? Are we comparing the version that was passed by the House of Representatives, the version that was passed by the Senate, or the version that was harmonized and maybe documented by the clerk of the National Assembly before transmitting same to the president for assent? The truth is, in Nigeria and in a lot of other jurisdictions, people treat access as an asset, right? Access is used to rent seek. So if we critically want to analyze every step of the way along the lawmaking process, from when the bills are presented to when it's passed to when the president assents and is gazetted and published, the question we should ask ourselves is, are there opportunities for people to abuse the process? And the answer is, a loud yes. As the learned professor who was the first speaker had alluded to, this is not the first time something like this is happening. With the money bills, the appropriation bills, there have been allegations by members in the past that what was passed, right, wasn't what was transmitted. That people who had access to the appropriation bills, right, inserted certain projects before it was being transmitted to the president. There have also been allegations in the past that after the president had assented to certain laws in the past, when it was transmitted to the Ministry of Justice for gazetting, a page or two of certain laws were amended. But why has this continued to be the case? It's because there has simply been no consequence management. The people who have continued to benefit from this flaw anomaly in the process want it to remain. If I take us back to the proceedings that led to the suspension of the governor of Rivers State for 6 months, there were constitutional provisions that mandated how that process should happen with regards to the quorum that needed to be formed. But what did the National Assembly resort to? It resorted to voice votes, meaning that very clear provisions of the Constitution, as the case may be, was violated in that regard. What does this mean? It means that at every point in time during the lawmaking process, because there is no way to track, to document, proper way to track, document, and transmit bills from one point to the other, people who have access, whether they are staffs of the National Assembly or even members who are privileged to be part of committees, whether technical committees, looking at such bills or harmonizing those bills at the end of the day, have that access to be able to insert or impute things that were not agreed to by the rest of the members of the National Assembly. And Professor Prof, the moderator, had alluded to that fact at the beginning of this conversation. He had said that there was a provision relating to the surcharge that was not debated on the floor of the whether the House of Representatives or at the floor of the Senate. But how did that make its way into the version of the bill that was transmitted to the president for assent? So this provides an opportunity for serious reform if we are really serious about democratic legitimacy, ensuring that people who have been elected, right, to pass laws that citizens are supposed to abide by are the only ones who are enacting these laws, then these things will continue to exist as the case may be. So I don't want this particular case to be business as usual. And the approach that I think both the National Assembly and the executive has taken in addressing this thing, I don't think it's constructive enough. I don't think it's going to correct this anomaly. It would be that at the end of the day, a gentleman's agreement will be reached, whatever, if ever there was any breach, because at this point in time, there is no document or reference to say what was changed in the harmonized bill, from what was gazetted as the case may be. But if we do not have, a panel that includes independents who are able to look at these things critically, I promise you that this would happen again. And it happens with virtually almost every bill, passed by the National Assembly. After bills have been harmonized, between when it was harmonized and when it's documented by the clerk of the National Assembly, things could go wrong because there's no system to track that transmission. When those certified copies are transmitted to the president, maybe through the Ministry of Justice, things could equally go wrong. And that's because there's also no way to track what went wrong. And that's why in the interview that the chairman of the committee granted, he was very careful enough not to admit that he had seen versions of the harmonized bills, certified copies, passed by the National Assembly. What he had laid claim to was that what he saw was the version presented to him by the Ministry of Justice before it was passed, to the president for assent. So at the end of the day, technology would be able to solve all of these problems. There should be a way that motions that are put forward by members in the course of discussing a bill are documented. When there are alterations that are done by members, those alterations are documented against who those members were at the end of the day. When the versions are harmonized, is also documented. When it's sent to the president for assent, if there are specific sections of the bill, right, that was passed that the president doesn't agree to and sends back, those versions are equally supposed to be documented and published so that at every point along the way in the lawmaking process, that citizens are carried along. Because mind you, at the end of the day, the lawmakers who pass these laws do so on behalf of the citizens who elected them, to carry out their mandate of lawmaking at the end of the day. So this presents a unique opportunity for us to really find out what went wrong, where, and apply consequence management. Because at the end of the day, if nobody is punished for changing letters of the law that the Constitution doesn't give you the powers to do, right? Or if nobody is punished for inserting, certain provisions in the law after the House had agreed on a harmonized version, these things would continue as the case may be. So like I said earlier, for the want of time, this presents an opportunity for us to critically assess and identify what went wrong where, who was responsible, and we expect that if this government is really serious, across the 3 tiers of really preventing this from happening in the future, that there are scapegoats, that are made from this entire debacle, as the case may be. So I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Iniobong, for your intervention. That's a vote for transparency, accountability, and also consequent management. I like that. It's a big embarrassment that we have traveled this road several times as a nation. But like I said, this is going to be the last. because our faculty is going to take the lead in reforming the process. And let us do a zero-sum game. Because of the controversy that preceded the hearing, the public hearings by the two houses, the Senate and the House of Reps, were done live. They were covered for 2-3 days that they were in session. And before that, when the bill came from the executive raw, they were published in the Journal of the National Assembly. So apart from the Constitution, there are some other procedural rules that recommended and prescribed mandatorily that bills should be published. So after going through all this rigor, the rigor of getting the House to review, come with a position, the Senate to review, come with a position, and then the harmonization, how does it work? I want Professor Oyelowo Oyewo, senior advocate, to guide us. I can see my learned brothers, Samson Osage, PhD. How does the harmonization process, how does it work? My understanding is, there are two versions, one by the Senate, one by the House of Rep. It's a question of taking either or, not that you are reopening the matter. So there shouldn't really be any scope for any extraneous matter to come in at that stage. So is this supposition correct? And the question remains, the harmonization version, the harmonized version that nobody has seen, going forward, should it not be made public? Is it not a public document? Whatever the committee of the House that is looking into this may come up with, without publishing a report. Professor Oyelowo Oyewo spoke about the absence of a report even by the Presidential Committee, which I think is very germane. So imagine this committee finishing its report and just coming up with recommendation. We can't see who was invited, how did they arrive at their findings, and in order to understand their recommendations. So I'm now going to open the floor for questions and answers. I've already seen some in the chat room. So before we take that, can we have interventions from the floor? So please do indicate electronically by raising your hand. After the question session, the panelists will respond to the questions, so you can identify who you are directing your question to. So for the sake of good order, and after that, we will conclude. So thank you very much. The floor is open. I can't
Good
see
afternoon, sir.
Okay. Adetayo Adekunle.
Good afternoon, sir, Honorable Dean, and all of the distinguished panelists. My question is to my teacher, my learned teacher, Professor Oyewo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I want to ask, sir, is it possible for attorney generals of states who are chief law officers of their respective states to go to court and request the apex court in particular to apply the blue pencil rule such that we can sever the bad part of this law from the good parts of it? And if the good parts can make the law to stand on its own, the enforcement and implementation process should begin. That is my question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Adetayo. So can we have more questions? The panelists should please note the questions directed to them.
Good afternoon. Let's see, sir.
Wasiu Aderechi.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Professor Oyewo and other learned members of the panel and everybody in attendance. So my first observation is to invite portion to provisions of the Acts Authentication Act, particularly Section 5, subsection 2. In the gazetted version of the Act, I expected to also be domiciled or forwarded to the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So that may also be helpful in also validating the authentic gazetted version just for the purpose of clarification. Then my question is to Professor Oyewo. So I just wanted to, he mentioned in his speech with respect to the principle of presumption of regularity. So I just wanted him to kindly clarify vis-a-vis the provisions of the Constitution. I would have thought that the presumption of regularity would have been helpful to actually proceed with the gazetted versions we have until it has been declared otherwise. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, Wasiu Adereti. More intervention, please. If we can have 3 more, then we'll then go to the panelists. But meanwhile, before we have further intervention, let me read what we have in the chat room. Okay. So if you want to intervene, you can please come. Okay, let me look for. Okay, Othniel Ipibako says any law which takes away hearing on a right or obligation, like distraining a property without a court order, flies in the face of Section 36 of the Constitution and null and void. The chairman of the LRS is already being guided, and that's why I clap for him. We do not know the reason why the provision that has served us since 1993 had been reversed. I mean, if we are going to change the law, there should be a basis. There should be a basis. And then the first version has this provision. And then the second, they said, omitted it. So depending on which of the version you are talking about, if it is the second version, which the LRS boss has, it does not even contain the provision on there, So thank you very much. Kalu Charles.
Good afternoon, Prof.
All right. You have the floor, please.
We also appreciate the Faculty of Law from Unilag for this wonderful job you are doing. And we also appreciate that lawmaker from House of Assembly that raised this issue. From what we had so far, these are fundamental changes that are very core to the proper tax administration in Nigeria. So, Professor Oyelowo have mentioned a point that I think we should stand on. When issues are not raised at the debate of any bill, and those issues later found their way into the bill, they are not passed. They are never the act of the bill. So those areas that were identified, the issue now is who has the responsibility? Is it going back to the House to say, okay, these areas are not there, so they should be in abeyance, while the proper ones should go into implementations? So I think that's what your department will be able to sort out for us. Identify who has that authority, and let that be exercised between now and the 1st of January. Because the bill needs to have the proper authority of the House for it to have proper acceptance in the country. Otherwise, we are creating a failure right from the beginning. Because when people start kicking against it, that it does not pass through the proper system, they will have problem about credibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Charles. You have also said in the chat box that Prof stance seems valid. Any provision considered and passed as law cannot be law. Then
Yes.
I want to ask, can we distinguish the present scenario from the case of AG Bende and AG Federation? Adetayo Adekunle had put it in the chat room without any question, but I'm adding that rider. Ojebola Joseph said the right question had been asked and nobody seems to have the answer. As the prof seen the harmonized version of the work done by the National Assembly? Damilola Rashid, you have the floor, please. Damilola, over to you. Isaac Ogba said, whereas the suggestion that the National Assembly should approach the court is good, but in reality, the present rubber stamp leadership of the National Assembly lacks what it takes to approve the court. Then Abiola Olapade is 90% of Nigerian workers or Lagos State workers. David Alofe, thank you for this educative webinar. We are learning from the erudite scholar, David Alofe. Okay.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
All right. Who is that? Is that?
Damilola Rashid, sir.
Okay, I see my learned brother said Babatunde Ogala's hand up. So after Damilola Rashid, can you please come in, sir?
Okay.
So Damilola, over to you. Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Damilola Rashid. I work with LIRS. I just wanted to make reference to the comment of the first interventionalist who said that can the blue pen rule be used? As it relates to tax administration, we can see that it doesn't germane affect the processing of tax collection in the first instance. What I mean is that there's a process to tax collection, there's registration, there's filing of returns, there's assessment, there's the payment before we get to places like having to go to court on issues or having to distrain on any payments of taxes. So there's still, so much to be done before we get to the aspects where the discrepancies affect as it relates to the revenue authorities. So it goes to also to the fact that, well, if we're using the rule that we can separate the good part of the law from, so to speak, the bad part of the law, there's still so much work to be done by the collecting agencies before we get to the parts that actually affect, the fact where there are discrepancies to the law. So generally, the primary exercise of collecting taxes has really not been affected.
All right, thank you very much, Damilola. Learned brother Silke, Babatunde Ogala, you have the floor, please. So after that, Dr. Samson Osage, we are honored to have you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Quite unfortunately, I joined midstream. Initially, it was said that the class was full, so I had to keep trying till I managed to smuggle myself in and met the discussion.
With your size, that must have been a real struggle.
Very well said,
anyway, we
Prof.
are happy to have you on board.
Thank you very much. First, I'm inclined to align with the position as espoused by Professor Yewo, which I've had some speakers mention too, that there is a presumption of regularity. So as of today, the signed law or the signed bill, the bill that was signed by the president is today the law. as is. I've also listened to some suggest that perhaps we should go to court, or some person should go to court to challenge the bill. I know as a fact that the issue of locals will also come into play. However, I did listen to the honorable member of the House of Representatives who raised this on the floor. I saw the clips of what he said. And quite unfortunately, he said it was under a matter of his privilege. And in his words, said he was restraining from moving a motion, which I think was a great disservice. Having brought such an issue on the floor in full national glare, what he ought to do was to move a motion on the floor of the House for a review. But again, this is the position of that lawmaker, which, to my knowledge, I do not think the House of Reps has taken a position on. And in passing a law, it is the two chambers of the National Assembly that would have agreed and harmonized a common bill that was transmitted or that would have been transmitted to the president. The Senate also, in my opinion, seem not to have come up with a position. The issue here is not an issue for press statements, and only the presidency has said they are proceeding with the law by January 1st, without also answering the question whether there were some discrepancies. So, to that extent, I think we have still not gotten really the true picture. What we do here, in my opinion, is like we are being speculative because it is both chambers and it ought to come from the floor of the House with a resolution. But let's assume that it is indeed true that the harmonized bill or the bill that was transmitted, because there are two angles to it. It was passed by both houses and transmitted to the president for signature and then gazetted. And even in the gazetted copy, I know the bill, the original bill, the yellow copy as it were, would also carry the signature of the clerk of the National Assembly. That's the yellow copy, which is what is then duplicated and sent for gazetting. So the question then is it really true that there are two? In fact, there's only one version. Let me not say there are two versions. There's only one version of this law, and that is the one that has been gazetted. Is it then true that there could have been an attempt, or indeed something was tampered with after the National Assembly? Please mark my words. I use carefully National Assembly, not the House of Representatives or the Senate, because it must have been anonymized. And that is what we need to interrogate. Unfortunately, we here cannot really answer this question. But let's assume it is true that there was some alterations or there were some tampering with, as some we call it. What do we then expect the National Assembly to do? The National Assembly could and should suo motu go back to session and raise a bill to amend. And once they do amend, and this ought to be being done with with urgency, do the necessary amendment, pass the version, because what we have out there today is the law. And the only thing that could be done to that law is either of two things: amend it or repeal it and repromulgate. So they could as well proceed to amend the subsisting law or repeal it completely and repromulgate, send it for the president's signature if they amend or repeal. And where the president does not, they also have the veto. The president can exercise his powers to veto and say, no, I won't append my signature. They could then.
All right, Lanes, thank you very much. You are towing the line of Dr. Bayemi. So can we quickly have
Thank you.
Mr. Osage, Dr. Osage, and then I can see Tony Basharu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, an illustrious alumna of UNILAG. Can we have your intervention, please?
Thank you, sir.
No, you are alumnus of Great Ife, not
Great
UNILAG.
Ife, yeah.
You didn't have that privilege.
Okay, oh, you taught me Ife.
I'm pulling your legs.
Okay, let me go for the latest intervention.
Oh, okay. Tony Basharu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, over to you, please.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for this privilege. I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I'm really, really happy I was able to be here from the beginning. My own take really is that going by what Professor Oyelowo said. Good afternoon, Prof. Thanks for your time. Going by what he said, that if it is true that what was passed was not what was resolved, if I may speak that way, then the meaning is that there is no law. But with all this confusion now, what is the way forward for me? That's really the point for me right now. The tax will come into effect latest Friday next week. Is there enough time to suspend matters and quickly resolve this issue if there is? And I believe there is, because that section 39, subsection 5, I think, that moves completely away from the Nigerian legal tender is a major flaw which needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we open a floodgate. So what I think we need to do as a matter of urgency is to kind of invite the presidency or whoever is in authority to consider whether to just suspend the enforcement for just like a week or two, so that we can address this issue, so that we don't have any problem or open a floodgate. Not that I mind, opening a floodgate is money for me, but I think we should, that's really where my own concern is. Every point that has been made is well made, and I do appreciate. But like the lady from the Bank of Industry, from the business perspective, we need to address this issue so there's no confusion and the law can just go on smoothly. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Leonard Silk. So, Samson Osage, PhD, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity to make my intervention at this point. I will speak from the legislative procedure perspective and then look at the society reaction to the legislations concerned in general. Now, ordinarily, this shouldn't be a matter that should take time to, that should take time to resolve. Why did I say so? When the two chambers of the National Assembly passes a bill independently, they form a conference committee to harmonize the bill, after which a single version is produced, and under the signature of the clerk of the National Assembly and the Senate President, it is forwarded to the President for his assent. The assent of the President is the last stage of the lawmaking process. Now, I find it difficult to understand why there should be controversy in this matter. The document of the bills that were sent to the President, is it the case that it is not those versions that were eventually returned to the National Assembly from the clerk of the National Assembly to Gazette, in pursuant to the provisions of the Authentication Acts? Now, if those bills were the same bill, because after the assent, they became laws. If those laws were the same, forwarded to the clerk for gazetting, then we should not be asking the clerk of the National Assembly to let the National Assembly know the ones that he received. If it's at the point of his gazetting those bills or those laws that mistakes were made, as to take versions that were not the ones sent to the President, then they become mere administrative errors which can be corrected by withdrawing the wrongly authenticated, gazetted copies and doing the right one. Now, until that is ascertained by the National Assembly that they were mere administrative errors, then we cannot be talking about amending the law or people going to court. So I think that what the step the Senate are taking is the step to address the administrative lapse, which appears to be the problem with the law, because it is already post-legislation activity with respect to the law. Now, the reason we see, okay, let me make this point. As we speak today, Professor Yewo is right to the extent that we have laws, the Nigeria tax law and all other affiliated associated laws that have been passed by the National Assembly. It is excellent, and it will begin operational from the day it is set aside. It is set to start operating. Of course, even the president cannot, by word of mouth, make pronouncement to suspend it because it is already a law and becomes self-executory on the 1st of January. But if the National Assembly is not able between now and tomorrow or less to come up with a position on the matter, then the best thing will be the recommendation of Ogala SA for them to file another bill seeking to amend all the bills. So while that amendment process is going on, like somebody said, the collection of taxes under the extant law continues, and then we now have to go through another round of lawmaking with respect to each and every one of those bills. So I think that this is how it is. On the society reaction, we shouldn't forget that these bills met a lot of very negative reactions from the society. So some people, particularly the opposition, for instance, will lash on this to ensure that the bills or the laws never see the light of the day. Unfortunately, those who are responsible for this problem have created opportunity and room for the opposition and those who are opposed to the bill, the laws, to feast on. So those are my interventions.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General Edo State, for your intervention. Let's now go to wrap up. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So we now want to go back to the panelists. We will start with Professor Oyelo Oyewo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Some questions were directed to Prof. So it would be good to have your intervention. So we will have maximum 5 minutes each. So we want us to focus on solutions. Now, we have had the conference committee producing only one harmonized version. So the two gatekeepers I see there are one, the people who transmit it to the president, and also the people at the presidency, then the publisher. You know, an official gazette is an authentication on its own. So how do we, as a publisher, there are responsibilities before gazetting anything sent. So I think we have to identify where we drop the ball and avoid it going forward. So in this segment, I want to urge the panelists to be very strong, not on the problems, but on the solution. So thank you, Prof. Can we have you, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. The first question that Adetayo raised as to going to court with blue pencil and all that is one of the things that were discussed as an option of if the matter has to go to court, then of course it might be a straightforward solution for the panel of judges to say, okay, this is the obnoxious part that was interjected after the signature of the president and delete them, you know. But that comes within the rubric of a legal judicial approach solution. So if that is done, the judiciary has more than enough, methods of interpretation to be able to resolve that. Then the second question that was asked.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt you, sir. But Prof,
Yes.
can that be done without the harmonized version available? Can we really do much?
Well, when you get to court, issues of harmonized version and all that are issues that will be taken by the parties. So it is expected that he who asserts must prove. So I don't want to go to the procedural aspect of it, just to get to the solution like you emphasized. So there will be a judicial solution. The nitty-gritty of how the court will proceed will be on the combatants, both on the both sides. So the relevance of the harmonized version, of course, will be to guide the court to reach a solution. And I believe on the part of the National Assembly and the Attorney General's office and the President, they will be able to offer clarity as to what went wrong, to be able to guide the court if anybody challenges to say, look, this is the valid one. And that tallies also with what Leonard Sekogala said, that for the time being, until it's proven otherwise, he who asserts must prove that the one that has been signed by the president is not the one that was gazetted. So those are issues that will be, but as to the second issue of Sadiq relates to the departure between I and Mailani Sekogala, that yes, there is the general principle that what comes out from the National Assembly is the law. However, where there is a dispute relating to the validity of the legislation, now the Constitution now comes in. There is no longer presumption of regularity, but the principle of supremacy of the Constitution. And the powers of the National Assembly are donated by the Constitution. And this is a clear distinction between our constitutional practice and that of Britain, where there is presumption of regularity all the way because of sovereignty of the Parliament. But our own is the supremacy of the Constitution. So, to that extent, and for clarity, if you read the Attorney General of Bendel and Attorney General of the Federation, that clarity was made by the Supreme Court. I won't go into much more into that.
But can we distinguish that case from the present scenario?
Yes, the present case does not fall all fours on Attorney General, because with the Attorney General something, there was a clear departure from the constitutional procedure. So they went from the Joint Committee to the presidency without coming back to the National Assembly. So there's a clear distinction. This one, like Honorable Attorney General, former Attorney General of Bendel State noted, this is a post-legislation error. It's not pre-legislation error. So to that extent, there's a distinction. And I also agree with him, that's Dr. Sage, with respect to the fact that the solution to this is on the part of the National Assembly. They need to act fast because it's their bill, and they've taken the first step of setting up investigation. And after investigation, the solutions are quite straightforward, depending on what they find. As Dr. Sage has clearly articulated, if it is just a clerical administrative error, then fine. If it goes more than that, then we go with Senior Advocate Ogala. You have to do all the amendments and all that. So it's not as if the solution is not available under our law. But the approach of government in saying that they go ahead and all that is like baiting the people that, look, do whatever you want, we are going ahead with the law. And I think that shouldn't be the approach. The approach should be saying, we know that this has occurred and we are investigating it. In fact, the investigation may show that there was actually no such thing. It was more apparent than real.
Which is the position of some people. Actually,
yes, of course, this is the position of Mr. Oyedele on what is stated on channel. That what they are circulating is fake. But the fact that a person on the floor of the National Assembly mentions this shows that there is more to it than fake. And of course, the fact that an investigation is going on in the National Assembly shows that there is more to it. So, in fact, it lends credence to the fact that there is a defect in the either most especially post legislation, and until a solution is found, it affects the authenticity of the law. And well, as I mentioned, they might even be a judicial solution, which will go beyond just even the technicalities and some other issues that are alleged to have been contained in the law, including the violation of the principle of fair hearing in the power to distrain and all that. So I believe the solution is available, but the political will is what I've mentioned. That there needs to be, even when you're talking about constitutional process, there is also the political process. There's nothing
Is
wrong
that
with,
not
for
what the
instance,
president has started, sir?
well, this the president's statement that they go on, irrespective of whatever, does not, at least you should say the National Assembly who have started this, they should be given opportunity to present some. It doesn't take anybody anything if they stop the thing for 1 week or 2 or 1 month. But this approach of, I believe what can be the quickest solution, let the National Assembly, the presidency, the office of the Attorney General have a quick solution. If they need to meet, of course, there's no more public holiday. There's nothing that says that the National Assembly should congregate to find solution to it, get the Attorney General's office and get the thing to the presidency if they really want it before the 1st of January. And if they feel they cannot meet it, it will be in, like the question I raised with the LIRS. If a defect is in the product, we shouldn't take it to the markets. We should try and see that we solve the problem before we take the product to the. So that's my own stand. And I believe if there's a will to do the thing, and of course my colleague has also painted a clear picture of Dr. Obayomi, how you can go about reconciling this. So the solutions are there. It's the political will to do the necessary thing. And that must be done timelessly in order, because the government is the one that has imposed this timeline on itself. If a law has defect and it is being brought to the attention of the National Assembly and it beholds on the basis of sovereignty and trust, because we are not there for ourselves, we are there for the people. So there's nothing that will be lost. There's more to be gained to buy the capital of, because it's like the government is so excited, can't wait to impose this tax. And that lends credence to the negative aspect of it, that look, this is not for the benefit of the people. If something is for the benefit of the people, let the thing be right before you bring it. Instead of bringing it and then if somebody takes a judgment against it, there will be a lot of trust deficit that will go with this legislation in its implementation all the way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. So we will now have other panelists. Can we have you, Professor? Okay, let's take Mr. Subar. Over to you, sir. If Mr. Subar is still with us, you can have him. Okay.
I'm very much with you.
All right. All right. So let's have your intervention for 2 minutes. Yes.
Okay. So my own take is that there should be improved inter-institutional coordination and ownership. By this, I mean that the initiators of the legislation, the clerk of the National Assembly representing the Congress, representing both Senate and House, and the gazetting authorities within the Ministry of Justice, Federal Ministry of Justice, they should have much better alignment, much more communication, and a lot of transparency. And they can achieve this transparency by leveraging on technology. In this day and age, this should not even be happening at all. Things should be clear. If digital tools are used and it's openly anybody has access to, when I say anybody, within these 3 groups that should really have ownership of this new legislation, I think that itself will even help to improve on accountability in terms of who do we hold accountable where there is this sort of discrepancy or this type of controversy. So I would just call for that cooperation between those bodies. Now, for those who are calling on whatever punishments for who the perpetrators of this evil is, because it's evil against the state of Nigeria and evil against proper growth and development within the business community and within the economy as a whole. Yes, if there are any ways that they can detect the people who smuggled any provisions, if at all there was any smuggling, because like I said in the past, nobody has any copy of the harmonized version of it. So everybody is just being very speculative at the moment. So at this point, I think I'll just wrap up by keeping to that. It's for you lawyers to go and argue on the punishment for the perpetrators.
Thank you for the assurances. Thank you for the 2 assurances you gave. That has really calmed the nerve of the taxpayers in Lagos. I'm happy you are always erring the side of the law.
Can I just quickly say something?
Okay, yes.
Now, when you asked that question, you actually quoted some section of Peter. Now, without me wanting to remind an erudite professor that there's no such thing as Peter because it's been repealed. So maybe I should throw some more light so that I don't cause any confusion or for people to come back at me later on that you said this, you said that. So we have always operated responsibly. We follow the law to the letter. So there can still be distrain in the sense that the new law allows us
without court order.
Without court order. But we are restrained from disposing of any of those chattels. So to dispose is what you need a court order for. So, but I just grouped everything by saying that we will try and follow the order as we have always done. But there can be distraint. All tax enforcement all over the world has elements of distraint. It's not a new thing. Yes, the argument this time will be that we are departing from the old way of getting court order. Nothing will be disposed without a court order. This is still in line.
All right, thank you. I will be happy to have Dr. Bayemi's response to that because he raised it in his intervention. Thank you, Mr. Suba. So, thank Dr. Bayemi, 2 minutes, please. Yes. We want to finish in 5-6 minutes.
Yes. Let me start from our position again. For my deduction, when the assented act comes from the presidency back to the House, it goes to the there's a signed copy, the green copy, along with 2 duplicates. That's under the Acts Authentication Act of 1962. So 3 copies, the original, and 2 copies go back to the clerk of the National Assembly. The clerk now cross-checks and then enrolls the original copy with the Supreme Court. So for my deduction, if there's any culprit, it's between the clerk of National Assembly and the presidency. Somebody somewhere dropped the ball among the staff of those 2 offices. Now, I don't believe once an act is done, the punishment should follow. Like I said, Section 18 of the Legislative House Powers and Privileges Act, Cap L12, imposes criminal sanction where this occurs. This should be punished. And even with the admission of Taiwo Idele, you can see that there are discrepancies, especially as to insertion of 39 sub 3 and 41 sub 8 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So those should be done. Now, I don't know what you want to say about the difference between section 104 of the outgoing PITA and section 86 of outgoing SITA.
So is PITA irrelevant when we're analyzing that provision? So do you agree with our friend and brother Ayo Suba? He said a professor of law heard when he was
No. In interpreting even the new section under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, the case law that have interpreted section 104 of PITA, insofar as the sections are the same, will continue to be relevant, or section 86 of SITA. So even assuming the acts we are talking about continue to be in effect, they will not come into effect until 12:01 a.m. of January 1, 2026. So as of today, the PITA is still the law.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Vayemi. Can we go to the next panelist?
Yes.
So that we can wrap up. Yeah.
Yes.
So who wants to take the floor? So I make it optional now.
Prof,
you may want to.
Let me just.
Your closing remarks in 2 minutes, but it's not compulsory.
Let me just give some this. Yeah, I think I just want to say that after our chairman EC LRS mentioned the fact that there's a JTB version, so I have to check a version with me, and I saw that the one that we have on the TAT website is having the 20%, but the JTB one has nothing like 20%. So I just had to check that.
So was that one gazetted? Sorry to interrupt you. Was the one you have, was it gazetted? So how many gazetted copies do you have?
Well, a compilation. I have a soft copy that has 20%, which is on the website,
yes.
And I have an hard copy from
JTB that does not have two gazetted versions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
we're going to have a third one.
Yeah. So my own position on this is, please, we need to have the final corrected version. I don't know how that can happen in 2 days or 3 days, because we need to know which one we're working with. I've not done a detailed review, but I've only checked section 40, section 41, subsection 8 of NTAA, and found that it's different from the soft copy that is on the
even the commencement dates. The commencement dates are different.
Yeah. So
a legal
so I think we should just please clarify to all of us. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So we need clarity on that as my final intervention on this. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
And I want to say that there's no going back. As CITN will support all our members. Thank
you. Excellent. Yeah. Unless we want PAYE to still continue to be on the poorest, and also all the businesses that are struggling, So, but critical issues have been raised, whether we can just gloss over the legal issues. The legal issues are equally fundamental. Let's see whether at the end of the day. So, the two other panelists, Doctor, and so
sorry, Dean. For my own closing remarks, because I've been responding to other people's question, I have some remarks that I thought I should present to the tax community. I believe this tax legislation is failing in one aspect, and that aspect is having a provision that I call taxpayers' fund protection provisions. There should be a taxpayers' protection fund provision that really, protects what this tax can be, the fund that comes from the tax can be. We can't continue with this issue of funding SUV for government officials. I remember when I started job, there was the CVU unit. every vehicle that is got for the government belongs to the government. Nobody takes government vehicle away. What vehicles that are worth $500 million, somebody takes it away in 2 years, 3 years, and we keep on having budget on. So we need to have the taxpayers' fund protection, provisions in our tax administration. Two, I wanted to tease the LIRS chairman. Initially, under the practice of federalism, we were abhorrent to the existence of JTB. And now, JTB has been sleeping, and it's like if we are now practicing pseudo-unitary federal system to the extent that even JTB is now drafting tax laws for the states to adopt one unified tax. And that is very strange, for me. And then lastly, I think we need to let the government tell us these monies that are coming out, there must be projects. It can't be business as usual, that they should just do budgeting and then whatever happened to the surplus, it belongs to the individuals. No. And Nigeria must get out of that. We keep on saying best practice, best practice. One of the best practices about taxation is to know what the tax funds are to be used for. So I think this fight that we are fighting, we need to get to that fight where money that we pay as tax will go to developers, not to develop individuals. Thank you very much.
Prof, there's a response from Abba, for example. He said that is a function of fiscal responsibility. Okay, Mr. Suba, yeah.
Yeah, just quickly remind Prof that JRB has an advisory role. Now, in terms of harmonization of taxes, they play a very critical role. So what they have done, they have given a draft bill to states so that this can be applied uniformly. I don't think there's any clash of federalism or unitary government along with this. Now, all the states are trying to domesticate that, and they are not bound to copy it word for word. They can still interject and put some of the things they want there, but if it can be a subset of what has been proposed. So it's not as if JRB is writing laws and throwing it down the throats of the states. No, we just want to establish some form of uniformity.
What's that, Rotimi? So, Mr. Suba,
Prof, just to add to what Mr. Suba
said. Please, let's take other panelists, please. We have two more. After that, we can then take you. I apologize, please. So, Iniobong, if you don't want to intervene, no problem.
No, I'll go ahead. Thanks, Prof.
Dr. Chinyere, 2 minutes, please. Please, I plead, don't exceed 2 minutes, yes.
No, mine will be very quick. And I like the fact that Professor Oyelowo raised the second part of the social contract, right, which is usually at the heart of these conversations around taxation. While, these laws seek to address the first part, citizens' responsibility to government, the other part is where we still require a lot of reforms. And yes, it borders on fiscal responsibility, fiscal discipline at the end of the day. So those are still reforms that we expect to complement the taxation side of things. But to the discussion...
Can I ask you this question? Can Mr. Suba allocate the money that he collects?
He can't. He doesn't.
So we need to understand that. So until one of us gets angry and then say Miloko, we can also say it so that we can then be at the driver's seat and say 40% should go for education, like we used to have in the days of Awolowo and Zik. So sorry.
There are states that actually have such provisions. So, like for Kano State, there's a 5% of IGR that is allocated to law in a healthcare trust fund that was established by law. So there's precedence for this kind of things already in Nigeria. Whether that provision for the law has been activated is a different conversation entirely. But
All right.
let's proceed for that, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's take Dr. Chinyere Alumna. Yeah. Dr. Chinyere, over to you. Then we come to Dr. Titilayo Fowokon MNI. Okay, let's take Dr. Titilayo Fowokon. That will be the last comment as we round up. So we are time conscious. We don't want this to drag more than 2
Okay,
hours.
I just want yeah, Prof. I want to buttress the fact that we were talking about multiplicity of taxes, and that's the whole essence of having JRB live up to his expectation, because we had issues under JTB. So with JRB coming with an advisory format, I believe that we're going to have an harmonized taxes across all the states. So what I will see in Lagos, in other states, will be similar, and will not have issues of multiplicity of taxes that will raise its rear head again. So that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. Without JRB, this place would have been a jungle, really. And it will amaze you that as we speak, some of the states are yet to have even their establishment law. Lagos State had its own in 2006, even before the FRS Establishment Act. Some states are yet to have their own law of their House of Assembly establishing, and that explains why this law, this reform, still contains provision on even state board and also local government revenue, local government committee, because that is what most states are still using. So if you take them out, then they are going to be in fiscal jeopardy or quandary. So it's a big problem. So without JRB at the moment, we will be in a fiscal jungle. So I think we need to put a pin on this. The conversation has been very smooth. We apologize that we are not able to take on more than 300. We have to migrate more people into the YouTube channel, and we are going to make this available on the YouTube for you to revisit and then share with others. So I want to appreciate most sincerely our panelists, beginning with Professor Oyelowo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who had been on this seat almost 18 years, almost 16 years before now. So thank you, Prof, for your insight. We have learned a lot from what you shared. Our Follow wasn't available when we started, but I can see that he later joined. So we are going to sue him for breach of contract, so maybe at the Supreme Court. So Dr. Olumide Obayemi, thank you so much. I don't think I should thank you. This is your job. Thank you for your insight. We appreciate you nevertheless. Mr. Yosuba, you are a friend, you are an alumnus of UNILAG and also a friend of this faculty, at least my friend and my brother. So thank you for your availability despite no notice. I know the pressure, especially at this time of day. So I doff my hat for you. Chinyere Alomona, my sister, thank you. I don't know whether you are still there. Thank you for sparing time to be part of this. Then Dr. Titi Fowokon, know your passion for tax issues. I'm not surprised you did everything to be part of this. Thank you very much. In your you said your perspective always very fresh, always on the side of the taxpayer, which is very commendable. So thank you for speaking to broader issue of fiscal responsibility. As far as I'm concerned, those provisions are just decorative. I was part of the fiscal responsibility bill as a sub-consultant working with Professor Oluwole Akanle, my mentor, and also the mentor of Professor Yo. So when they were saying if you spend above 3% deficit. I said, what will you do to the Minister of Finance? So I don't know any minister who has been punished under that law up till now. So it's either we want rule of law or rule of men. So that is a hard decision we need to take. So all the people who took time to be part of this, I doff my hat for you. We are going to call you and we are going to follow through on this. Trust me, this is not just going to be a talk show. We are going to navigate all the gridlock and make sure we make recommendations on how things should move so that we do not have this type of embarrassment. I'm going to end by saying never again under our watch. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Albert Follow sent a message in.
So he doesn't want me to sue him. Okay, let's see his face. Let's hear from him. I'm already preparing my court processes. So Albert, let's have you if you are there.
My apologies. I have put the reasons across, and I'm genuinely sorry. But it's a conversation I actually prepared for, and I wanted to be part of.
We know how busy you are. You know.
No, I'm not busy.
No problem.
I'm not working. Yes.
All right, no problem. We appreciate that. I know it must have been something really important. Yeah. All right, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call you again. We are going to be having series of conversation. We are going to discuss the Supreme Court decision on the declaration of on the suspension of the governor and also the House of Assembly in Rivers. So we will have reasons to call on you from time to time. So thank you very much. We have to call it a day at this stage. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all
It's
for
been a
coming.
long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Happy New Year in advance.
Well done, Prof. Well done. Well done.
Okay, bye. Chairman, good to see your face.
Which of the chairman? Prof was the chairman.
We have only one chairman as finalist.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well done.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Just finished the previous engagement. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure it's going to join us now.
Yeah.